Hello and welcome to Spreadsheet Simulator. Right. I was trying to find the right spreadsheet because I did have a list of tracks that were in other Sims. But I'm not so sure. I'm going to have to look up my documents. That's not mine, no. I'm sure I had one. Anyway, did you have a nice Christmas? Etc., etc.? Hopefully so. Am I being really blind that I can't see documents? Maybe it's not in there. Could be in here. Docs, but that's car databases. Lots of R factors too. I'm sure I had like. Well, there's the track calendars. But that doesn't say anything about. I'm sure I had a list. Like of all tracks in all Sims, because I was picking them out. So how about if we put in the words AMS, let's see. That is a link. Is that? Actually, is this mine? Did I make this? I'm guessing so. Yeah, I must have done. This looks like something I would make. How do we find out who made it? Details? Location. I mean, I'm assuming I made it. I've even got the cars in there as well. I mean, obviously this needs to be updated. The main reason why I'm going through this is I wanted to kind of see what kind of things I could run, because I had ideas of like a few series. So if you look at the championships that I've maybe proposing to other leagues and things, so a stock car championship, which is all road racing in America. You could have a classic championship with the McLarens and the Brabhams and the Marches and stuff like that on classic tracks. Could also maybe do something with the Audi 90 GTO, Toyota Celica GTO, the Mazda MX-5 would be quite fun. The Houston Cup, which is technically a Lola sports car. You could have a road racing championship with the Honda NSX, or you could have a touring car championship with the BTCC 90s. I was more looking at Automobilista 2, really, because of just what's available historic-wise. So I'm going to have to go through this at some point. But hey-ho, we don't really want to look at spreadsheets, do we? So, I've also been updating my website a little bit. I put a few bits about the recent league racing I've done. I've also put in some Twitch highlights about the GP Legends Twitch highlights, because I've basically been I think I separated them into a different different playlist on Twitch. So when I started sim racing, so you can find that if you want. What I also did was I did a tutorial, because it came up that someone was asking about how they install mods to other things, and of course, you know, it's quite easy to install mods with things like Assetto Corsa and rFactor 2 because they have their own kind of mod system, but for other things it's very difficult to install a mod, and I found that using something called the generic mod enabler is a way to kind of non-destructively install and uninstall stuff. So I created a tutorial for that, which is just basically detailing through the process of making sure the program started up, it's all set correctly, and then once it's all set up, you don't need to do anything else with it. So yeah. I don't actually know the command to go to my website in chat. What is it? Is it just going to be website? Don't even remember the command for it. It's one of them. What am I looking for? Streaming. Blah, 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 blah. Right, where are you? Stream elements. Go to the dashboard. Oh, that's a bit bright. So you can't see it, but I got my my shop today, my grocery shop, and I've got my Iron Brew on the go, which is lovely. Yummy. Let's have a look. It's gonna be here somewhere. Where are you? Where are you? I mean, I might as well change the next stream. What's the date today? The 28th? Let's say I can start at 7. Streams are a bit up in the air over this period. Maybe it's a timer rather than a command. Oh no, I can see it. There it is. Do. If I can spell with my headset on. There we go. That makes more sense, doesn't it? Right, okie dokie. Where am I? That's the one I want. I want to get this off the screen. So what did everyone get up to over Christmas? Anything exciting? I didn't do an awful lot. Basically went over to so I'm just checking some messages and things. I went up to my sister's like I normally do at Christmas, saw my niece and nephews. They did rather like the sweets I gave them. Alright, I'm gonna get this loaded up. Play in Steam VR, please. There we go. So yeah, they love the big bag of sweets I got them. And my big idea of maybe trying to rein them in a bit, of not trying to eat them all at once. I kind of chickened out of the idea of putting them all in, saying that you need to save some left over for next year, only if you sign this contract, and I will give you double the amount, not in sweets of course, but I will double whatever I was going to give them next Christmas, because I've got ideas of what I just want to do next Christmas. I don't tend to get them stuff so much. It's either sweets or money. I'm that type of uncle. So we're listening to 80s music still at the moment. I still haven't... Is it 80s or 90s? I can never remember. Right, okay. Let's got that moved over to the right screen. I can get rid of that. Good stuff. So, the reason I brought up the spreadsheet was that I wanted to list some of the tracks that are historic. And if I was to do like a championship, because I'm a bit confused how Formula One works out how many laps things are going to be, because they vary in distance. So I was going to try and do like a distance-based championship. So saying I would do, first of all, it was going to be 50%, but it's not like that. Alright, I'm back. So yeah, I kind of wanted to work out whether a distance-related approach would work. So looking at the championship that I've got set up, so this is my proposed championship of the next again year. So if we look at some of the races, I've based it on 50% of the distance of the races. I don't know why it's gone on at 25 when it knows that I'm using that. I think that's global. So these 40 laps is half the amount that they did do. So if I note, where are we? If I grab that window. Okay, so I need to look up what the length of Kyalami was. That's when racingcircuits.info comes in handy. So in 1976, Kyalami was how long? Page blocked. What are you talking about? There we go. It was 4.104 kilometers. 4.104 kilometers. We're metric. At 40 laps. So I'm just doing some quick spreadsheet maths. So that's 164 kilometers for 40 laps. So the other one, let's take a Silverstone. Silverstone was 42. Silverstone. This is very hard to do with a headset on. Silverstone in, what was it, 1975? 1975. That's with the chicane. 1974 is without. 4.710 or 4.71. 4.71. It was 42 laps, wasn't it? See, that is 197 kilometers. So by distance is not great. And I don't know how to do calculations with time. So if I could take the lap times and think about, I want to be able to do it, because I don't really want to do timed races. I'd prefer to do lap races. If I could work out how to say that I want half an hour, but is this just making more work for myself to try and work this out? Or in hour races? I don't know if there's like a time calculator that I can work with that could, add up times of lap times and stuff. I guess I could kind of convert minutes, seconds, and milliseconds into seconds, and then do something on that. 1975 had a bad hailstorm. Was that the one where it was just atrocious? With accidents and stuff. They accidentally had on camera that a marshal was being carried off the circuit because he got hit by a car. Oh, other news. I've been watching well, not really news, but I've been watching the 1985 season. I just finished it last night, and I'm kind of stuck watching. The only broadcast I can find is ESPN, and I freaking hate ESPN. So I eventually found out who won 1985. But I also the reason why I don't like ESPN, and this was kind of illustrated in the first ever Australian Championship Grand Prix. So they were racing at Adelaide. So everything was going swimmingly. I think Senna started on pole. I think it was Nigel Mansell Nigel Mansell just behind him, I think, and I think behind Nigel Mansell it was Keke Rosberg. So Nigel got ahead of Senna off the line, because Senna had an absolute mare. But Senna in the first few turns actually ran Nigel Mansell off the circuit. And Nigel Mansell actually had to come into the pits, and I think he actually retired from car damage. It was a brutal move into turn 1 and 2, or actually into turn 2 and 3, more like. So Senna ended up leading for a bit, but Rosberg, in Rosberg fashion, came back and passed Senna, so Senna got knocked down to second place. But late on in the race, there was a battle between Rosberg, Senna, and Lauda. And it shaked out with pit stops and stuff that Lauda was able to pass Senna on track. He was able to lead the race, so it was Lauda, Senna, and Rosberg. There was a bit of a coming together with Rosberg and Senna because Rosberg was coming into the pits. And if you know anything about Adelaide, people that are coming into pits have to slow on the last tiny turn right before coming in the pits, otherwise they just won't make it into the pit lane. This caught Senna out, and he actually ran up the back of Rosberg and took his front wing off. I don't think Rosberg and Senna were the best of friends, to be perfectly honest. Because I think in the previous race at Brands Hatch, Rosberg and Senna had a little bit of a coming together, I think. I think Rosberg ended up being a lap down. And it came up to a point that Nigel Mansell was behind Senna in second, and they were coming up to lap Rosberg, and Rosberg was purposely slow on the apex of some of the turns to back up Senna into Nigel Mansell. A bit cheeky, but I suppose it was within the rules back then. And Nigel managed to squeeze past. But in the end, I think Nigel did win that race, but Senna came second and Rosberg came third. So somehow Rosberg got back on the lead lap. I don't know how that happened. But anyway, what was I saying? So at Adelaide, so before one of the breaks, it was Lauda, Senna, and Rosberg, I think. And then after the break, it was Rosberg, Lauda, and Senna had disappeared. But they said absolutely zero about it. Zero. They said nothing about where Senna had gone. They said nothing about where Lauda had gone. And you're like, they were leading before the commercial break. Surely you should be saying something at least. But they just forgot. And so I was a bit kind of miffed. And just to rub it in as well, that after the race, and because they never really did a good job at the end of the race. It was just like the cars went over the line. Oh, right, that's the end of our coverage. There was no post-race interviews. They show very, very minimal podium stuff, anything like that. So you don't see the drivers kind of being happy, and you don't see any kind of reaction after the race. In the kind of the post-race highlights, as it were, they showed a picture of Niki Lauda's brake failure, and that's how he retired from the race. Surely you should have told us that, or did I miss it? Did I miss it? But anyway, yeah. So, but I'm gonna have to put up with some ESPN coverage going into 1986. It's just the way it is, just the stuff that's available. But there was a couple of FOCA races where it's commentated on by this I don't know what his name is, but he's very English. Let's just put it that way. Very English indeed. And he can't say the word very. He always says, and he overuses the word very as well. So everything is very, 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 very hot, very, 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 very quick. And you're just like, what are you talking about? But I think I can't remember what his name is. But I think he still commentates for things. So it's not James Hunt and Murray Walker annoying me. It's this guy that's annoying me. Apparently it's wet at Interlagos. Who'd have thought it? There we go. Bit of wet weather. Who wants a bit of wet weather? So we're in 69 for testing out this stuff. If I can find my button to turn on my haptic cushion. I could turn on my pedals actually, couldn't I? It's probably all out of... it's not too bad. I'll sort it in a minute. I have blown a couple of Ferrari engines in my tests. Because I think I've still got it at the settings that I had the 10-minute races that I was doing, so it's on time times 10. So I was doing like a practice session at Spa, and I blew an engine there, and I was doing another test at the Sudscliff, the Nürburgring, and I was following another guy whose engine had expired, because the AI tend to drive around with a smoking engine. They don't just pull off the course. So he was driving around with a smoky engine. I kind of thought, oh, why won't he, pull out the way, kind of thing. And then suddenly my engine just seized up and went bang. So, terminal engine failure. I mean, it kind of fits with the period to have lap races rather than time races. But I just don't know how to calculate how far the races should go. Because I mean, not even all of the Grand Prix would be the same running length, would they? It would depend a lot on weather, but there would always be a maximum of 2 hours. But I just don't think I want to do 2-hour races. Another thing was, obviously I said I had my groceries delivered today, but why is it whenever I have my groceries delivered, I always seem to have the driver that just does not want to be there? Even if I'm polite and I ask how they are, they're just like, no, I just want to leave, They are so grumpy, bad-tempered, and you're just like, okay, I know you don't have to, you don't have to like your job, but if someone asks how you are and you just blow them off, That doesn't reflect well on your company, though, does it? Oh, that's a bit quick into turn 1. Ow! No damage? But I just always seem to have the drivers which just want to get out of there and move on to the next thing. I mean, either they're overworked and underpaid, or they're just permanently grumpy, I don't know. But I try to be nice, you know, I try and make an effort. Because these people are, you know, providing a service, and I fully believe that people who deliver stuff, you know, they make the world go round. If they didn't, you know, the world would just grind to a halt in some respect. I wouldn't say I'm the best in my social skills, but I try my best to kind of at least remember the human, and ask how someone is. You know, even though I don't know the person, it's just politeness. From what I was taught when I was younger, manners cost nothing, so you might as well either brighten someone's day, or... So I always try and, if I get to see delivery drivers or pick up packages and things, I'm always very appreciative of what they do. But yeah, and so I, as I said, I went out to my sister's for Christmas, and it's not a busy affair really. She does have my niece and 2 nephews, and my younger sister comes over because she lives up north, and she comes down for a few days. Comes down with her husband and another one of my nephews. But it was quite good to see my other nephew, because I obviously don't get to see him that often either, and he's only 3 and a bit. So he's now a bit more talkative than he was last year, which was quite cool. He was kind of on the verge of having full conversations last year, but now he's actually making a bit more sense, which was cool. There were still a couple of times when I would I'd listen to what he said. He's sure he's making sense. Well, he's sure he's making sense, but I'm still like, I have no idea what you said, but I'm just going to kind of nod and change the subject, because I'm still like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But it was good to see them. The older ones are kind of a bit boisterous, and I was talking to my younger sister earlier on today, and kind of saying I don't understand kids. Because I think it may be because they can get away with it with their uncle that only visits very rarely, but they're sometimes quite unkind. I mean, maybe it's just because they can get away with it kind of thing. But they can say quite hurtful things. But my little sister was like, well, they're kids, they don't understand. Oh no, I think they fully understand, but they probably don't know quite the extent to what they say is, not very kind to their uncle, And they've had this fascination. I mean, all 3 of them I'm pretty much the only person in the family that wears glasses permanently. And even when they were younger, they were fascinated with my glasses. And they would constantly be kind of trying to take them from me, or being very curious at why this person's wearing glasses and no one else does. But it's kind of got to the stage where they will purposely try and take my glasses, which is very frustrating because I can't see without my glasses. So it's like they're trying to blind me ever so often and say, I'm just going to kind of take your glasses, and I mean, I'm kind of very wary because this is the only pair of permanent glasses I've got. And if they break, I don't really want to have to spend £200 to get a new pair. They obviously don't know the expense of them, and I just kind of keep telling them, stop grabbing at my eyes. It's because that's what they do, try and catch me unawares, and try to grab the glasses off my face, and it can be quite frustrating, particularly when you take your glasses off and then you can't do anything because I pretty much everything is blurry when I take my glasses off. So yeah, that's a bit of a downside. And they're obviously kind of at the age where I suppose at Christmas they're full of sugar and just kind of more playful or more misbehaving than they usually will be, because obviously mum and dad are busy with Christmas dinner and other stuff, but kind of comes, you love them and everything, but it comes a point where, come on, just sit down and shut up, focus on one thing for 2 minutes rather than, I mean, we never really get to watch anything at Christmas because everything on the TV is changed every 2 minutes. Can't sit down and watch a film, can't sit down and watch any single TV program. So it can be sometimes a bit of a frustrating affair. And I mean, I'm not around kids that often, so I'm maybe just out of practice, I suppose, at how they can be. I mean, their mum and dad would probably say the butter doesn't melt in their mouth, but it just seems when I'm around, they're little shits. But I mean, thankfully they don't tend to. And I mean, they did this when they were younger. And I think my dad, or what is their granddad, of course, used to kind of encourage them to be kind of boisterous. So whenever granddad would come round, they would use that as an excuse to climb on him. And my dad is in his mid-70s, and I would kind of look and watch it all happening and going, someone's going to fall off and hurt themselves, or you could just see the accident imminently happening, or someone banging their head or getting a bloody nose or something. So I would kind of have to kind of reiterate to them that Granddad he's not young anymore. He's not, he's definitely older than your dad. Maybe you can get away with it with your dad, but I don't think you should be getting away with your granddad. But I think Grandad has slowed down a little. And at least he wasn't doing it this Christmas. But there's still occasions where they would jump on me and push me over and stuff, and I'm in no condition to do any kind of stuff like that because of my health problems. But if it's not something that I can tell them, you know, I could say stop doing that. But they don't tend to kind of listen or understand, because they would just think you're playing a game. Stop it just means do it again. And I mean, my little sister was quite right. She was saying, well, you were a child once, you were doing things like this, and they're saying, well, yeah, but I mean, kids are very good at making up rules where they're always the winner. Like they can jump on you and poke you and pinch you, but as soon as you do it back, they're like, ow! I mean, there's constantly and I don't know if this is just an inherent thing with kids not understanding, but you know, if an adult says ouch and said that hurt, their constant thing is, no it didn't. I think I should know whether it hurt or not, thank you very much. Yeah, Interlagos when it was a maze. And who'd have thought it? This is what the weather is in Interlagos right now, because it should be actually real-time weather. So it's a monsoon. I'm not doing very well with pace though, am I? Let's see. I mean, with wet weather, there's no real chance of me blowing an engine like I have done with the Ferrari before. Let's see if I can move the camera. Maybe I can. No, that was the wrong way around. Oh no, I had it. Doing it on a bit of a delay. Bit more. Excuse me. Yeah, that'll do. What are the tracks that are? Monza. Wish there was more historic versions of some of the other tracks, to be honest. Now, which one? That one's Portugal, isn't it? Yeah. Let's go to the old version of Portugal, just for a laugh. Yeah, Formula Vintage at Mossport. I always find it very difficult. I'm finding that some of the, because I think I've got the AI on high aggressiveness. They have a really good tendency of holding the middle of the road. So it's a nice, clear, sunny day in Portugal. Who'd thought that as well? And Mossport technically hasn't changed its layout since, since forever, really. It's funny they could get the licenses for all the other circuits, but they weren't allowed to use the name for this one. So this is Estoril. Quite an underrated circuit. I don't know when they started going to Estoril. I think, wasn't it in 1980? 1985 when Senna won that race in the wet, and it was a very good race. Yeah. I mean, well, maybe the license for it is quite expensive, because even R Factor 2 couldn't get the license for it. It was just too elusive, so they had to call it just Portugal. Way back in the ISI days. But I think that was Senna's first win, I think, in Estoril in 1985, because he won twice in 1985, once in Estoril and once in, it was near the end of the season, I can't remember where it was, Belgium, I think. But if you want to watch a race which is, I mean, the people would always say that the racing back then was special and great, and there's nothing could beat it. You know, it's not like nowadays, which are boring races where no one passes. If you watch Belgium 1985, that is the most boring race I've ever watched. Spa in 1985. I think I actually fell asleep watching it, because nothing happened. At least the top six. And what I'm also going to have to do for the coming year, I'm going to have to ask, I did ask a fellow sim racer about what he lubricates his pedals with, because I want to eliminate my pedal squeak. And I want to get the right product. But when I looked up the products that people have suggested, there's all kinds of different ones, all named different things. Well, I suppose in some respects, the Mercedes kind of domination, you know, I don't think there was a kind of lack of action elsewhere in the field. It was just it was a done deal that it was either going to be one Mercedes or the other Mercedes that were going to win, if they didn't fall off the circuit. But it just so happened in 1985, particularly in this race anyway, I think it was a partially wet race, I think. And because of that, no one really changed tyres or anything, no one did anything spectacular. And it was just horrendously boring. I did enjoy the 1985 season though. I'm quite looking forward to watching 1986. Because now we've got a couple of driver changes. Niki Lauda has apparently retired. I haven't actually watched the first race yet, so I don't know the driver lineups, so what's happened, but I only know what has been said in the last round of the 1985. Oh, and crash into each other, yeah. That's why it always kind of winds me up when the commentators in modern day would kind of say, oh, and that breakout win for Max Verstappen at Barcelona, and he's like, really? Let's just say he would have had no chance of winning if the two Mercedes had not crashed into each other. It wasn't exactly, you know, a standout victory when the only two people that were going to either come first or second crashed out of the race. He just like, well, he got gifted it, didn't he? But hey. But I am rather enjoying going back and seeing what I was too young to watch Grand Prix racing way back. I was too interested in motorcycle racing back in 1985. And saying that, I was only 6 years old in 1985, so So there is that. I would have been too interested in other things. But it's good seeing some of the stuff that you've kind of heard about, filling in the gaps in some of the history. But from what I know from the end of 1985, Rosberg is not going to be in Williams anymore. He's heading off to oh god, where's he going to? McLaren. Rosberg's going to McLaren. Nigel Mansell is staying at Williams. Who's going to be in the other Williams seat? I can't remember now. Try a bit of toe out on the front. Talking and driving isn't my forte. I am all over the place when I look at chat, so. What else is happening? I can't remember whether Michele Alboreto is going to stay at Ferrari or not. I know that the Beatrice team is coming in a bit more in 1986, which has got Alan Jones and Eddie Cheever. A funny thing that did happen at the end of the Australian Grand Prix in '85 was that the two Ligiers were in second and third, and they argued about it. Their team boss must have been pulling their frickin' hair out. You're like, you're second and third, can you stop arguing for 2 seconds in these final 2 laps so that we can grab second and third? This is the highest we've finished all bloody season. And they ended up colliding with each other on the last lap, and you're just like, what? Because it was I think there was a part-time driver in one of the second seats, and it was Jacques Lafitte in the number 1, and Jacques Lafitte is waving his arms out the cockpit saying, what are you doing? Why are you kind of jeopardising this second and third? And in the end, I think Lafitte kind of swiped his nose off coming into the braking, coming at the end of the straight, and the other guy did a whole lap with 3 wheels. So, but there's been a certain kind of standout drives from these 80s races. I really enjoyed when there was that race in, I think it was either 85 or 84. Actually, it might have been 84, when Martin Brundle was catching the leader with several laps to go in his Tyrrell, and it's the best I've seen Martin Brundle drive so far. He was absolutely on fire, but he eventually got disqualified from the race. Well, in fact, I think they got disqualified from the season because they were putting weights in the fuel tank or something. I can't remember. Tyrrell was doing something a little bit dodgy. I think Martin Brundle is probably still going to be with Tyrrell in '86. I can't remember. But it's very difficult watching these things, and not. I want to be able to find the full story about who's gone where and stuff. Whoa, steady. And but wanting to kind of avoid spoilers about what's coming up, so I daren't go to Wikipedia because it's on the it's on the top of the page who won the championship. So water with lead balls, yeah. They were exploiting a grey area, but they just got thrown out because of it. But you said we couldn't do this, so we did this, kind of thing. Didn't say it in the rule book. And there was also a like a little mini documentary of Gilles Villeneuve that I watched yesterday. That was kind of cool. I think it's from 1981. But we lost in 1985. We lost a couple of Formula One drivers, not to Formula One crashes. We lost them to sports car crashes. So we had Stefan Beloff that died in Spa, and we had Manfred Winkelhock that died at Mosport that year. He was driving for the ATS team. So in fact, obviously, Tyrrell lost one of their drivers partway through the season, and Beloff was doing quite well. It was a bit erratic, but in fact he had a good race at Detroit. It was Detroit, not Dallas. I always get them mixed up. But their fascinations with street races, kind of like what they're doing now. But they've kind of narrowed the, you know, it's not the kind of free for all that they had in the kind of the early 80s, where, I mean, the pits are still full of, you know, anyone and everyone, and it's a wonder there were no more accidents. They did 1-2 with Schumacher. The documentary. The documentary I watched, because they seem to come out with these little, I don't know where they source them from, but there's a YouTube channel called The Race that seems to have these little documentaries tucked away. They did one with Ayrton Senna not long ago, where it was like a very candid interview in front of the camera. From the, I believe it was the very early 90s. I'll have a look at that in a second. Sorry that the bot blocked you. And then they did one with Gilles Villeneuve a couple of days ago. It was in, I believe it was 81. Because it was talking about his competitive season in 1980, and then it all went to shit in 81. I believe that was how it went. But they've tightened up the kind of the regulations in the mid 80s to what they had in the early 80s, because it was atrocious in the early 80s. The start procedures are kind of a more standard affair, although you still do have, you know, people kind of rolling at the start, so it's not like people getting penalised and stuff. You don't have any of that nonsense, no penalties for this, penalties for that, so there's a lot more lenient, I suppose. But nowadays it's like, oh, why didn't he get a penalty for this? Why didn't he get a penalty for that? It's all very kind of, I don't really like it, particularly the kind of the bleating over the radio. Why haven't you given him a penalty for this? Why haven't you given him a penalty for that? You're just like, you're an adult, come on. Unless it's something really, really egregious. It just seems to be a kind of a bit more, what's the word? I wouldn't say childish, but just a lot more, you know, the drivers will act like they're friends with each other, but then, you know, in the race they can be very catty just to get an advantage. It's kind of ingrained in the culture now. I mean, F1 has been their own worst enemy for it, by having rule after rule after rule, making it too complicated for just complication's sake. But yeah, but it's been a bit eye-opening watching these things. I kind of look forward to if I can find different broadcasts, but as I say, at the moment it's only ESPN, which is not the greatest broadcasting in the world. I think maybe I personally don't get on with American broadcast style. I mean, I know it's at the moment it's Jackie Stewart and Bob something. I can't remember his name now. But Bob has a very kind of radio announcer kind of voice, and that kind of voice really grates on me. But it's just their style, you know. At the start, ESPN got, I guess. Oh, I'm out of fuel. ESPN got a lot of the broadcast rights to do the stuff in America, and it didn't look like they were very prepared. You know, it's not like they hadn't broadcasted motorsport before, and they were coming to Formula One completely new, and they just seemed to not know anything. Their style was completely different to anything else. You know, you would kind of think that the style back then would be to show as much of the racing as possible. Is this the one I want, or do I want the other one? Which is the kind of F1 based one? Is it this one? It's that one, isn't it? Number 15. So yeah, it just seemed like they were kind of a bit ill prepared. Their kind of style was to have. Obviously, it had like 50 million commercial breaks in, and it also had commentators which seemed like they weren't keeping up with what was going on. You know, as a viewer, they had more information than we did, but as a viewer, I could see more than they could for some reason. And I was only viewing the broadcast, the same thing as what they were looking at. What was I going to say? So yeah, the style of it, I'm not a fan. What's the other things they do? They like to do these little. So they only had like an hour slot at the start, and particularly like when they had Monaco and things like that, they used to have like a mini documentary in the middle of the hour broadcast, and it's just like, no, I want to see the racing. What are you doing? It was like racing in a racing program didn't seem to be the priority. And it wasn't things to do related to the racing, it was more to do with cultural things. So with Monaco, it was talking about, the celebrities come out here, and they look at this jewelry store, and you're just like, I'd rather know what's happening in the race. That would be great. So weird broadcasts like that. They've kind of cut that out a little, but I did watch the intro to the first race of the season in 1986, and they've got Jackie Stewart on a beach in where are they? Brazil, I think. Where are they for their first round? I think it's Brazil, and there's the intro script. I would hate to think if Jackie Stewart actually made the script for what he had to say in that intro. But it seemed to be focusing a lot on ladies with their boobs out. It was like this country has a lot of culture, a lot of they were talking about the big statue on top of the hill. I think it must have been Rio, so it must have been Brazil. And then they cut to lots of ladies on the beach not wearing a knot. They know their audience. They don't want to see race cars. They want to see ladies with their tops off. Well, not tops off, but you know what I mean. Not wearing an awful lot. I get a lot of understeer in these cars. A lot of understeer. So I'm wondering how different the broadcasts are going to be in 1986. Probably not an awful lot, but it's all we got. Ah, bad rejoin! How dare you! Bad rejoin. I think this is the F1 layout. I seem to remember them bumping over the chicane here. Ooh! But I don't think there's anything in the calendar specifically in 1986 that differs from last year. Like no new tracks or anything. That it's pretty standard from 1985. What was it someone said about the toe in, I think, or something? Is that what I've got to do? I mean, in both series, like in the 1960s and the 69 series, understeer is the thing. Seems to be an inherent problem in this particular game is that the AI will run so close to each other to an unrealistic extent. You can't race up someone's chuff like that. It's impossible. Oh, I completely missed that. Would out if I unlock the tyre, doesn't it? Whoop. I'm rejoining someone's blown up. Jay Stevens, whoever that is. I don't think that's a real driver, is it? Whoa, that's me reading chat. Blame chat. What is it? In the setup, toe is usually a bit negative. Move it to 0 or... Have a look. Advanced setup. Toe. Suspension. Toe in angle. So it's in the... So if I change that to 0.2 instead. I can't remember what toe is, but let's see if it actually does anything. I seriously doubt it will help my driving, but... And they've really got to get rid of this flicking around when the car is stationary as well. It's something they haven't solved since the game came out. Let's see. Let's get these tyres warmed up. So I know what camber does. I know what caster does. So toe is the lateral movement, I'm guessing. So they either point out or they point inwards. That's what it is. It's the device that Mercedes tried to use in the start of the 2022 season to change the toe in or out when you're going down the straight. I think that's it. Haha, you went all straight on. They do make mistakes, which is kind of cool. I don't know, it might be a little better. But I just think these cars do take a concerted, different approach to driving. You've got to be really on top of the turn-in. You can't overdrive corners, otherwise you just completely screw it up. So DAS made them point out more. Yeah, so it was a... See, again, because of obviously the... You know, back in the 70s, it felt more like a gentleman's racing club type approach to Grand Prix racing. I mean, it was competitive, don't get me wrong. It was obviously manufacturers going for, you know, big prizes and stuff. Maybe it wasn't so much money as there is in it now with sponsorship and God knows what. But there's that kind of thing in modern F1 where someone has a brilliant idea, something really innovative, which in some ways will help them, maybe their specific problem of their car, and then you'll have the team managers behind the scenes going, maybe you should have a look at this, see if it doesn't contravene the regulations, while behind the scenes they are making their own version of it. It's all because they either can't afford to do their own version of it, or they can't work out what the other team has done, so they're like, maybe you should ban this. So innovation sometimes gets quashed, and you just like, at least let it run for one season and then ban it, you know? I think F1 is so scared of there being domination, although it seems to be like only one team that's allowed to do it. Red Bull. And that's fine. But someone else has a brilliant idea to stop the domination? No, you can't do that. Can't do that. Can't have a good idea. So I think sometimes it stops creativity. F1 is sometimes its own worst enemy. I would love to see a bit more innovation, so it doesn't kind of stagnate. I want the design teams to kind of design some really weird and wonderful things. I mean, cars all kind of have looked the same since the early 90s, I suppose, when things looked a bit more standardized. I think, well, maybe it was for branding purposes. They had to kind of say, well, they need to be able to tell what an F1 car is, and they all need to kind of look at least a little similar. It makes it easier to regulate, I guess. But I wish they would go back to the days of simpler aero. Not all these little tiny winglets and bollocks like that, you know. I would prefer it if it was, because I looked at like the elegant solutions of the McLaren and stuff back from the mid 80s, and you're just like, it's clean, it's, I mean, it's obviously fast for its day, but it probably had the best power plant, of course. But it was just cleaner. The lines were, it made the cars look pretty, if that's possible. You can have a pretty F1 car, but now it's just like, I don't know, they just look a bit kind of random, like they just found some random bits of plastic or in the garage and just stuck them on and went, I wonder what this does. So simpler aero for me would be good. I mean, I don't know if they've gone that route in sports cars and stuff, where they've started sticking tiny little bits of aero here, there and everywhere. Because I also watched this, oh, that's something I want to try. I also watched one of Aidan Millward's documentary things talking about the Group C cars, and particularly the Silk Cut Jaguar and stuff like that. I wanted to have a go at those. Yeah. So what's that? That's a Chevrolet G. I suppose we'll start from the top, shall we? And I suppose we should go to somewhere in America. Road America. Or Bruce McLaren going caveman on his McLaren and cutting out pieces of bodywork. Yeah. Well, it's like the kind of the innovation of what Lotus were doing way back. Trying to trim as much weight as possible and cutting holes of things, just trimming out the weight, gaining speed, and ending up being really fragile cars and stuff like that. Apparently there's adjustable boost on this, so I'll have to check the setup before I start. I'm not really good with turbo cars. Oh dear. It's foggy and wet at Road America. Alright, well, if it's wet, well, it's got automatic by weather, so it's put me on the tyres that I need. So radiator opening, fuel map, is that it? Thought there was like a boost. Can that go above? That can't go above 1. Is that must be it then, no? Well, there's no boost pressure on this one. I thought they all had boost pressure. What's this going to be like? Oh god. I'm scared. Well, Dan Gurney accidentally discovered that a tiny slit it has the same downforce as the big wing without the drag, thus inventing the Gurney flap. Exactly right. So any little innovations like that. I mean, I don't know where they've kind of come to a... oh, that sound. It's a bit light on the steering. Whoa! Clearly we didn't judge the conditions very well. We've turned our lights on, but it doesn't seem to have done all well. It seems to have very, very light force feedback. Need to have no particular force feedback in the centre of the wheel. I suppose maybe if the track was a little grippier, maybe it would make a difference, but it seems very light. Not what I would think one of these cars would be like. It's my fault for having real-time weather, really, isn't it? Maybe I should have a channel points redemption for pick a date for the weather. It's definitely not flat out in this weather. You see how all the trees have not got any leaves on because it's based in December. Taking an absolute guess where the breaking point was. I mean, this game does do seasonal changes, so the track, it doesn't have to be wet to have snow. If the temperature is apparently quite low, snow will appear on the infill, so you can see a little bit of snow. You know, the trees have already got their leaves on them, but you can't see a lot of infield on this track. So I was expecting this car to be a bit more brutal, but I'm probably going to need a little bit of. Although that windscreen wiper is not really going to do an awful lot, is it? Spa 6 hours had snow. Jesus. I'm getting pushed. I'm getting pushed. I got nudged. I got nudged all the way to the braking zone. Cheeky sod. He used me as a brake. I mean, we could try that with the next circuit. We'll pick a date and see if we can get snow. See if we can get the temperature down. I found out, I think the earliest date you can pick is 1979, I think. There goes the Sauber. Oh, I just don't have enough grip like those guys. I definitely wasn't slowing down then. 4th of May, Spa was snow. Alright, let's have a look. Right, let's try the next one down. Was it the Nissan? Nissan. Spa. Let's do the classic version of Spa. Which one's the one without the chicane? That one. But we're going to change the date to, that's default date, custom date. So 4th of May. You can select snow as weather, but it's still on the code. True. What was the date you wanted? May the 4th be with you. Ha 2019. Let's see what it does. I mean, it's around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, so let's see what happens. Did I do it at the right date? 2019? Yes. I mean, this car will really stretch its legs on this circuit. But I don't think I've ever had specifically snow in the dates that I've picked. There's been, as I say, snow that's settled in the infield, but not actually. Or maybe I have had sleet on the windscreen. I can't remember. Can't remember. I mean, I can't remember if I've actually got... Oh dear, this is... Oh, I didn't check what the weather was. What was it? Light rain, wet. 8 degrees. Oh, I'm not square in the cockpit. That's a bit better. And some frame rate issues. I maybe should have put on some more downforce. So, because it's 8 degrees, it won't be snowy, but this car on this wet track I'm wondering if I don't have to lift on this. Ooh, I don't have to blip on. Well, I've got auto clutch on. I don't know whether I'm supposed to blip in these cars or not. They do like the AI will do like a very slow outlap. It's a nice sunny day. I find the weather effect on the windscreen to be a bit lacking in this game compared to others. It just doesn't seem right somehow, but I can't explain why. Whoa, hello there. Are you speeding up now, are you? I got an oil leak already. Look at in my mirror. It's not going to correct itself, is it? I got an oil leak. That means it's just gonna... Where's my oil pressure? Do I have an oil pressure somewhere? I don't know, but it probably means that the engine's gonna pack up. Oil pressure. The oil pressure's not dropped. They are so quick. So as long as I get the revs up, the oil pressure is dropping. No, it's not. I can get it back up to 360. I'll read that when I'm on the straight. So, one news article talks about the morning of the 6th of April that there was rain. We'll set the next one to snow, just see what it's like. I guess I'm just not pushing enough. I mean, the tyres are cold at the back. At least the brakes are cold at the back, but the tyres are warm. But see, Daisy, I wasn't paying attention. But I definitely don't feel like I have as much grip as the AI do. And I'm nowhere near the red line, so I should be ragging this car a little more. But I don't think I feel enough through the wheel to be able to. There was a setting, I don't know if I actually got it on my wheel, that turns up the force feedback multiplier. The AI they run too close. The mirrors as well. The mirrors can make the cars look so close, when in fact then look, I mean, the mirror looks like he's right behind me, as in behind my seat, not behind the back of the car. So it's like the FOV of the mirrors is just too extreme, or too low. It should be more than that. Oh, I've just watched the oil pressure. It's now 0. The oil pressure is 0. What's going to happen? Surely it's going to be a catastrophic failure. I'm spewing out. Why aren't they spilling on my oil? I'm pumping out oil out the back of my car. Why aren't the AI spinning on it? That's what I want to know. One rule for one, and I know they said they were going to do a lot more AI tweaking and things, but I reckon it still needs a lot of work. I'm a lot faster than that Corvette. I'm just waiting for the engine to seize at the moment. Oh, that's not how you take that corner. The oil pressure is back up. And now it's completely dropped. Now it's up again. Make it make sense. My engine's probably dry as a bone. I'm sorry? Is that the engine giving way? It looked like it just... Well, I've not got a rear wing anymore, so... It kind of looked like it, the rear wheel was just locked. Schrodinger's oil pressure. I have, from my experiments with the 1960s cars, I had to turn the mechanical failures up to times 10 to even have any semblance of realistic feeling of reliability. You know, because no one would retire out of the 60s races, which just wasn't realistic. So we did that one. Well, this is probably a bad idea. Let's go to... Oh, let's take him round the bank in, shall we? This is going to be nuts. So no chicane. What's the chicane for that one then? Let's have a chicane in it. Right, so... What is it? We've got a 1. Fog with rain, hazy, random. We don't have snow. I don't have a way to set temperature. Poopy. Yeah. That's a pain in the ass. What date do we want for... Where are we going? Monza. Monza. We can have today's date. Default date 71. Current date. Let's pick today. Let's see what it's like in Monza at the moment. Shall we? 11 o'clock at Monza. The track altitude and resulting atmospheric pressure has a big impact on performance. The higher the location that... Oh, didn't give me time to read it. Shame on it. Oh, I haven't been drinking my my Iron Brew. It's probably flat by now. Not that I'm a... Jesus Christ, where'd that man come from? Hello, lady. That's one thing about VR, is if someone's in your face, it can be quite jarring. Right. Boost pressure 85, we'll leave it there. We shall leave it there. What's that thing? So, toe angle. So you can only have a toe angle of 0. It's not allowed to go the other way. Where is it that I set force feedback multiplier? Or is it not in the is it not in the setup at all now? That is cool. Oh, there we go. Gain. I didn't see it. I don't know why I'm turning it up. I don't know why. This is going to be suicide, isn't it? Oh dear. Oh dear. The gains are... The steering wheel's a bit heavy. Oh dear. Have I just fucked myself. Oh! The chicane is here. Okay. Oh dear, we've got flickery shadows. See, the game used to be good on its flickery shadows, but an update I think has broken it. It's... yeah. And particularly when you have shadows from... oh! I thought I was getting away with that. Snow! Oh dear, this is bad. There we go. Got away with that. What was I saying? Who put those chicanes in there? So yeah, I think whether I'm remembering it wrong, because I seem to remember that AMS2 was one of the only games which seemed to do VR right out of the box, but again, I'm thinking maybe I'm misremembering things, because it does make it look a lot like Assetto Corsa. Assetto Corsa out the box is awful for shadows and flickering and... Damn. Calling for Mr. Plough. Is there a chicane here? No, there isn't. And I mean, it probably doesn't look too bad on the screen. But flickering shadows in a VR headset is sometimes a little bit jarring. It can mess with your eyes a bit. And I think the fact that none of these trees have any leaves on them, so the shadows are a bit thinner, doesn't help. How'd you like it being rammed up the bum? Gosh, you really have to short shift. Imagine if these cars did race around here. That would be nuts. Only 5 gears, okay. Let's try second gear. Still can't get on the power as quick as I'd like. I suppose these cars would do Daytona and stuff, so... yeah, I mean, it's still set to what it was at. I think it's 102, 103. But I'm just not good in Group C though, Ben. So you forget that fact. Oh dear. I'm just not very good at high downforce cars. Well, I thought I could brake that late. Obviously not. I do love a 70s F1 car. Oh, he was so close. If that bridge had that little jut coming out of it, he would be screwed. I'm just not brave enough with the throttle. Where am I braking? Where am I braking? Early, that's what I'm braking. I just don't have very much feeling at low speed. And I'm using a custom FFB preset that I picked up off a YouTube video just to give it a try. But I might, well, I'm tempted to switch back to default plus to see if I really notice a difference. Oh. But I think matched up with the AI has always been, you know, AI have been always good in a straight line, and always good off corners. So it always makes you look a bit foolish. They always seem to, well, they are driving different physics. Let's not beat around the bush here. They're not driving by the same rules that you are. But I feel that sometimes bloody hell, sometimes it's not equalised. They can go so quickly, but then be horrendous around corners. I don't know. I don't think any game has got it right so far. Oh, I'm taking him wide. Whoopsie daisy. I went wide. Oh, he's not going to be very pleased with me. I mean, they seem to be assassinating me in a straight line, really. But one thing that I've wanted to have a series set up with was new cars on old tracks and old cars on new tracks. Something like that. I mean, if it was like modern F1 cars, it's a series that I wouldn't do, because I just cannot get my head around modern F1 cars. But you can imagine maybe running a modern F1 car around an old Monza, and then running an old F1. Well, running new F1 around an old Monza, and then old F1 around a new Monza. I'm already nearly out of fuel. So I like how I physically actually have to look up at the mirror. That's what some people don't understand about being in a VR headset. You physically have to look at mirrors rather than just look at a virtual. And normally I refuse to put a virtual mirror on because it's like you're looking at a perspective that's just plonked in the 3D world, and you can see things moving in it, and I've always found it a bit nauseating looking at things moving in the rear view mirror that aren't part of the world. So I try not to use a virtual mirror. I've had to in some instances when I've been driving in an LMP2 in R-Factor 2, because it's just too dangerous otherwise. But we were having discussions when we were doing the WEC championship in the league that I run in. We were having discussions about drivers not paying attention, or drivers overtaking in the wrong places, or just being, I don't know, little shits when lapping. Let's put it that way. I mean, you can sometimes forget what kind of visibility someone else has, because we're very spoilt in some respects. We can see more than normal. So if you're kind of on a single screen and you're just looking up at a virtual mirror, and you can see what's directly behind you at all times. So all it takes is kind of like a, I suppose moving your eyes up a couple of millimeters. But in VR, if I want to, I mean, I can hear in 3D what's happening around me, which is an advantage. But if it was this car, if I was in doubt, I would have to. No, I'm out of fuel. If it was this car and I was in doubt, I would have to actually physically look up at the mirrors, which takes time. And meanwhile, my eyes are off the road. So the common misconception when people were kind of arguing about GT3s versus hypercars and stuff, it was like, well, you should be watching in your mirrors, but you can't always be looking in your mirror. You can't drive in your rearview mirror. It's just impossible. At some point, you're going to have to look down at the circuit to actually negotiate the corners, Oh, cramp in my foot, which doesn't help. So at the moment, I've got nothing scheduled coming up. Martin Trundle. I don't know if they don't have any real names for these cars, I think. I've got no sim racing coming up next year. Is it tomorrow or is it it's Saturday today, isn't it? Yeah, it is tomorrow. It's 3 degrees at the moment in no, these don't look real, do they? Mark Trundle. Good stuff. Pascal Striff. Mark Wells. Rob Hall. I have no idea. When will I see you again? Right. I do like a Sauber. Oof, that was a bit jarring. I'm not sure what I'm doing sim racing wise coming up. because I'm not doing the Indy cars. Sim Racing Online have a Porsche 963 series coming up, but I'm not really that interested in that either. You can quote me on that, because it can work for anything. Not just about my schedule. I'm not really sure what I'm doing, full stop. So unless they introduce something else, because I think in general, broadcasting that Super Formula race has kind of put a sour taste in my mouth a little, because I watched, I mean, don't get me wrong, I watched some good racing in that series, but I also watched some very, very bad racing. I mean, I'm not going to kind of go about and name names and stuff, but there has been kind of some inherent problems with some of the drivers in the most recent leagues, which they're not being reined in a bit. They're driving far too aggressively than they need to. I mean, it's not like they're slow. They don't need to drive that aggressively. And I think in some respects a few of the drivers have probably felt the same, but they don't feel that they can speak up too much. Because obviously, you know, you don't want to start fights on the forum and stuff. But I think after that Super Formula series, I mean, even the results of that final round, I think one of the drivers had absolutely enough, and the result is still pending, I think, pending protest. And the protest, if the protest is upheld and the driver that was involved is maybe given a penalty, it may actually change who won the championship. But it's kind of similar to, you know, I'm noticing a lot of, I mean, not toxicity, but because obviously I have to moderate some discussions in discords and forums and stuff, and what comes along with online racing in some respects is a little bit of toxicity, or people that will maybe, I wouldn't say sap the fun out of it, because I think that's maybe the wrong phrase, or taking it too seriously, which is not really true either, fully anyway. But every little incident they can't quite get over. They feel like everyone is against them and out to get them at every point. I mean, if you feel like that at every point when you're racing, then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Everyone is out to get you, apparently. And I mean, people post on, you know, the discords and forums and ask opinions on what do you think about this incident and what have you. And I mean, I had discussions tonight with someone, and they were basically saying, "Oh, the driving standards are crap. You just look at this incident." And sometimes it doesn't always go the way that they're thinking, because they're hoping that when they post a video or something that people are going to take their side and say, oh, you're exactly right, the driving standards are absolutely horrible, how dare. But what they did was they posted a video of from behind a driver that wasn't them, so like a chase cam of what wasn't them. And I looked at the video a few times and I was like, I mean, it was from a GT race at Interlagos, and it was two drivers trying to go side by side, and the driver that we were viewing behind basically got run out of one of the hairpins and basically off the track. And I mean, they didn't want to be pushed off the track, so they did everything to stay on the track, as you might expect. But the person posting the video was actually what looked like the aggressor in the situation. They came out of the hairpin and moved left, when in fact the line for the corner was right. And a lot of the people in the Discord were kind of going, you maybe should have given that person a bit more room. And they were like, no, I was in the right. They pit maneuvered me. And I was kind of the opinion of, well, you didn't give them any room. It's not like they really had a choice. But they were like, no, they were out to get me. They did it on purpose. They wrecked me. And we were like, that's not quite how, outside the cockpit people feel about it. So I always try and steer clear of those particular conversations, because sometimes they just go round and round. Drivers feeling like they want feedback on this incident, but they don't want the outcome of it to not be in their favour. They want someone to back them up. But when you ask the general public, there's no guarantee that's going to happen. And I try and steer people away from those conversations in Reddit as well. Because they don't get anywhere either. Because it's very rare that people look at these incidents objectively. They will look at it their point of view and say, well, I'm right no matter what. And it's very hard to get them to see another point of view. So, I mean, I could never be a steward, I don't think, because I think I'm a bit too strict. Well, not too strict. That's maybe not the right word. I think I have a different opinion on racing than a lot of others do. I'm very conscious of racing manners. Other people would be of the opinion of, a bit of door rabbing is fine. I'm not of the opinion that driving another car off the circuit on exit of a corner is racing. I don't believe that is racing at all. And there's a lot of people that will disagree with me, including the people that steward real racing. I feel like it's the least you can do is give racing room. If you are kind of completely past the driver, you can then take the line on the exit of the corner, but I don't feel that if a car is still there, they deserve to be there. I don't, because running them out of room is just, I don't know, I find it a bit of a dirty tactic. It's like anybody can do that. It's not skill. It's not racecraft or good racecraft, as in my opinion anyway. Is he letting me go? Well, I turned the AI down a bit, but I'm still not really any faster in these cars. I tell you, I had a funny idea. I mean, I have a lot of funny ideas. I had a funny idea that there would be a sim racing game in future, right? Where you would have the normal, the normal day-to-day sim racing part of it. You'd have single player, you'd have multiplayer, and that would be the main bulk of the game. But you would buy DLC, which adds an extra simulation element. So the extra simulation element would be, after the races, you would rebuild your engines on cars, repair damage, wash the car, whatever. But that would be completely optional to go that kind of really hardcore simulation route. So not only would you do the driving, but you'd actually have to clear up after the race, so to speak. And I mean, if you think about it, even the most hardcore of sims, or so-called hardcore, kind of don't go into that part of it. And I remember way back, if you can remember back in the Grand Prix Legends days, or even, what was it? I think it was it around before R Factor? I can't remember. Maybe around that time. There was a project that was kind of quoted, which was going to be called Racing Legends. And they had the idea that in sim racing you should actually have ownership over your car in some respects. So it wasn't just a car that you sat in, it was a car that you, I suppose, took care of. They didn't really expand on that idea too much, but it kind of stuck with me, the ownership aspect. I mean, would that change how someone drove in what is a fake race at a fake location, well, a virtual location, if you had to spend your virtual money to repair your car, you had to work to a budget, you had to maintain your car. Yeah, exactly right. It was the Chris West and Tony West, who still are involved in game development, but they had, I think, and I mean, I can't speak for them, but they pretty much got out of the sim racing, or the idea of making a sim racing game, because I think they saw the audience and went, nope. Because the audience can be a bit toxic. And I think they just thought it's not really worth us spending our time making this game for a crowd that either just doesn't want this product or is not ready for this product. We wanted to make this product, it was our baby, as most developers would look at their game. But sometimes the needy segments of certain communities would be a bit, I don't know, disparaging. But they do still make game development, and they're making I suppose a racing game with some realistic aspects to it, but it's very stylized. Maybe I'll try and find the link for it, but they're on Patreon at the moment. But they do a lot of their work in Unity. But I don't quite know what else they do to make their money. I don't think they're making this game to make money. I think they must do something else. But it's very stylized, the thing that they're doing. Whether it sees the light of day, I don't know. So you got the cars and things that they've showed off are, you got like a 1970s F1 car. I think there's a couple of sports cars in there somewhere. But if you can remember way back, do you remember Max Power magazine? If you can remember that, they used to have like a thing in there where they had cars, stylized cars that they had drawings of. And unless I'm remembering this wrong, I'm gonna run out of fuel again. But they were kind of, their dimensions were a bit kind of exaggerated. And that's exactly what the thing is, that they're building very stylized type of thing. There's the fuel. Let's fill her up. So what is it? It's not camber, it's caster, isn't it? Is it increased caster, or... Because I'm getting nothing from the front tyres at all. Let's turn up the force feedback. Look at that. Let's get you the link of it, so I can show you Someone's mentioned me in chat. What are they saying? Do I have to do something? Oh, I can't read that. Blah, 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 blah. Right, let's see if I can find it. So you got Chris West, who is the coder, and then you got Tony West that does the 3D. They have actually, I was going to say released something, but they did a game jam game where they've got like a rally car thing. But if you look down at some of the pictures on that website, it's called The Ages of Speed. So you see the character and it's kind of real looking. So you got a Tyrrell there, but the dimensions are exaggerated. They've also got like a model of Bridgehampton. I can't remember. They said they modelled the driver and the engineer after each one of them. I can't remember who's who. So you've got Max Speedy and you've got Tubby Crumbles. I can't remember which one's which. Well, Tubby Crumbles is the engineer, but I don't know if that's meant to be Tony or Chris. I can't remember. But it's going into details. But again, I really don't know how far they're going with it. How in depth they're going with it. Because it's been in development for quite a while, and from the last I saw about it, they were experimenting with destructible damage, which I can't find my mouse pointer now. There we go. Which looked quite brutal. The cars would come to pieces, you know. But again, I don't really know what the game's going to be about. It's definitely probably not going to be a sim racing game as such, but maybe a stylized racing game. I mean, it would just be nice for someone to think outside the box a little. I know it takes financial risk. But would it be fair to say that a lot of people might just be a bit kind of worn out by, oh, another GT sim. Yay! And I think, obviously, they tried in the past about having a platform which did everything, which was good. But in some respects, a platform that says it's going to do everything, but doesn't do everything, so it doesn't simulate everything. Because I mean, even R Factor 2 is missing certain ways of doing certain motorsport. I mean, the engine can support many different types of racing, but I mean, there is still things to do with like turbos and things which it doesn't do properly. I mean, it only just introduced a year or so ago about the ERS system. But I mean, they could only simulate features on cars which they had the information for, or that they were going to be putting out. And as much as we want to say that sim racing is popular, it still has not got like the support behind it to be mainstream anywhere close to the products that earn millions. You know, it's still a very niche thing. And anyone outside the kind of the motorsport world would be like, didn't even know that existed, you know? So you could, even though, you know, even motorsport games and Studio 397, you could still kind of technically say, well, even like Assetto Corsa and Kunos and whatever, you could still technically say that they are independent studios. They're not making indie games as such. It's not like a studio of 2 people. You know, they've got like 20 or more people doing the stuff, but it's still not the size of what a AAA studio can do, or the budget. They're still punching above their weight. And I don't know if it's ever going to be what we call mainstream, because the games that all of these smaller sim racing companies are trying to make don't appeal to tens of thousands of people. They aren't like the Formula 1 2024, Formula 1 2025. They're not that. And I don't think they ever will be. And the fact that we've kind of gone full circle in a way. We came away from the Formula 1 games to make R Factor, And then we dabbled in GT racing with GTR and GTR2. And Race 07 focused on touring cars and stuff like that. And then R-Factor do kind of tried to do a lot of different racing, vintage to sports cars to GTs to, and Assetto Corsa tried to do it started off as a sports car sim, really. It was kind of like a Gran Turismo but for PC, but then started to get more racing cars as such. I never really saw it as a racing game. Well, in its, I don't know, it just didn't seem to have that as its focus. It needed community support to actually have some of the racing elements put into it. It just seemed like a very flashy way to have Ferraris and licensed Porsches and stuff in a game. And I mean, I still kind of look at it as a screenshot simulator. It can make some very pretty screenshots, and I mean, it probably looks very good on a flat screen. And then they went the ACC route, which then focused. We're kind of coming back full circle again, having games which focus on a single series. So then ACC focused on GT3s. They didn't kind of try and make it as broad as possible, and that proved popular. And then again, you've got Le Mans Ultimate, which is trying to be a licensed game again. So we've done this we've done this merry-go-round before. Is there really a market for games that try and do everything now, or sim racing games that try and simulate all cars now? It's not a marketable thing. Are those days gone? Because if you're trying to attract funding to get these things built, is it something a marketing company would look at and go, I don't think we can sell that, it's too risky, the product needs to be more focused, we can sell that, we can market that? Because the biggest thing I see when I'm looking at forums and Reddit and what have you is why has this game got a limited amount of cars and a limited amount of tracks, and just like it's simulating the WEC. This is what the WEC has. I think in some respects, I don't know whether it's the younger crowd of the sim racing community, which are used to not having to pay for anything. Whee! They're used to just having a game and then having millions of mods, which they never drive. Why can't I get this game for $5 and then use it for the rest of my life? Why can't the studio just work for me for free? You know? The world doesn't work like that. I mean, you could kind of think about that these are people that are young and naive, but I don't think that's the case. They forget how the real world is supposed to work. If you want these things made, you need to actually have them marketed. You need to actually have them monetized. Why did I say it like that? Monetized. You need to have it monetized in order for the studio to then make more. Or you then need to attract investors. Because investors are very fickle, I think. They're very good at going, oh yeah, we'll give you some money for this. And then as soon as they see it not doing as well as they think, they'll pull their funding and not support you. But if you can make a product that can appeal, captures hearts and minds, as it were, I mean, there's no reason why, depending on, you know, budget and whether they've got the source material, for Le Mans Ultimate to go after the historic crowd, because no, I mean, when I talk about historic cars, it's the 70s and 80s, but the younger generation will probably look back at the 2000s and go, oh, those are classic cars, you know. And if you have like the Le Mans classics, Bentley, even these Group C cars, but it all depends on licensing and who owns them and whether you can actually get source material and who has got a version of this car that you can get, you know, can you even laser scan this thing? Modern cars, it's fine, you can get the CAD data for, but to get historic stuff, you've either got to do it, you know, take millions of photographs and have some really good 3D modelers. Perhaps laser scan a car that's in a museum or something. People forget that you can't click your fingers and instantly make a car, you know? Plus a track. If a track doesn't exist anymore, you know, somehow you've got to find the source material to find out how to make it. Oh, it's not just a case of clicking your fingers and doing it. The younger generation really do just want everything right now, right this minute, and don't believe that things take time to do. But you're taking too long. That's what I hear quite often. This shouldn't take this long. Do you have any idea what development takes? But it shouldn't take this long. I don't know. It can be frustrating being kind of on the inside and the outside, knowing how some of it works. I'm even having chats to a few people on Discord that were complaining about the race stewarding and stuff, because it's kind of all the rage now, and I think maybe iRacing started it, that you would have racing that would be not live stewarded, but stewarded by the by off tracks and instant points and stuff like that. That seems to be all the rage, and that system has worked for the last 15 years. No one seems to have been able to come up with a better system that can. I mean, even human eyes looking at an incident, you can't detect fault, can you? Sometimes it's a bit of a grey area. How is a computer program which is trying to simulate a virtual car going around a virtual track? How is that supposed to figure out whose fault an incident is? No one has found that out, or a way to do it. Apparently there is a system in one of the Forza games, but apparently it doesn't apportion blame properly. So if it doesn't apportion blame properly, then it's not worth it, is it? So the no fault system is the tried and tested way to do it, and then you have a kind of a human backup when all else fails. I can't remember what the person was arguing about with the no fault system. Whether they were saying that things weren't getting stewarded fast enough, or harshly enough, because of, circling back to what we were saying before about incidents. The person reporting the incident will be adamant that they're not at fault, that everyone is against them. But when someone looks at it with a fresh pair of eyes, they're like, no, that didn't look malicious at all. Because there's only so many hours in the day, and there are how many races that would take place in a day? I mean, at most, at least there is one race going on every 45 minutes. So that's at least, what would that be? Well, it's over 12 races a day. And that's just one level. And then you've got the next again level, which is another, maybe that's every hour. So let's say there's 12 of those. Let's say there's 15 beginner ones, 12 intermediate ones a day. What am I saying? It'd be 24. And there'll be 30 of the beginner ones. Because they don't run just for 12 hours. So that is it's over 50 races. And we haven't even got into the advanced races yet. So that's 50 races per day. Each one of those races won't just have one incident reported on them. So think if each race has at least 2 incidents, that's 100 incidents to review per day. Some of them will be frivolous, that you can just say, yep, that doesn't look malicious, that's fine. There's other ones of people just going the other way, and you can cross those off and say, yep. What's that name say? The Terrifying Man Fork. Thank you for the follow. We're just ranting about sim racing at the moment. So that's several. Well, let's say 75. Let's say that there's 75 races per day, and each race has at least 2 incidents reported per. So that's 150 incidents per day that need going over. So that takes a bit of work already. But could you imagine trying to live steward a surface like that? Imagine the quality of life of the people that did that. Jeez. It's a job that I couldn't do. Because, I mean, things wouldn't change. I mean, you'd have different cars and different tracks to adjudicate on. But we know for a fact that if you were trying to live steward, you would need some kind of part of the game that would report car contact and be able to switch to it, and then be the ability to replay that. And so you wouldn't be able to have one steward per race. Just ban everyone in the first 2 weeks, and that way you will lower the player count. Eventually, the incident number. Well, I think it's in some ways having the system kind of take care of, and this goes for all of it. This goes for iRacing, Le Mans Ultimate, LFM. Having the no fault system, having that system take care of some of the drivers and incidents. I mean, it does depend how people react to that, whether they whether they take it on the chin and just say, well, it's a no-fault system, that I can't do anything about it, and only kind of report it if it's something really egregious. But there are those that just won't let it go. They'll feel that everybody is against them. They're adamant that the person did it on purpose. They meant it, every bit of it. That people aren't allowed to make mistakes. That's what sometimes I have issue with. It is everyone has to be perfect, whereas the person that's saying that, they're never perfect. They make mistakes. They have accidents. They have brain fades. They don't always get their braking correct. They have spun on occasion. It happens. We're not robots racing around these tracks. We are fallible humans. Let people make mistakes. Just 2 races ago, I took out P1 on a race. Ban! You're a terrible driver. I mean, accidents happen. Because target fixation is a thing. I've been guilty of it many times. I've been put under pressure. I've made mistakes. I've braked too late and taken somebody out. But sometimes ranking systems in a way can breed the chasing of numbers, the chasing of rating, the grinding of these numbers. I always find that you're taking the fun out of something that's supposed to be fun. They're obviously talking about grinding to get to a certain levels to access certain races and stuff. That's fine, yeah. But they're like, oh, this incident took me down to whatever level, so I can't compete in this race. But I think a lot of people do work against themselves, because the content creators that do these races, they do so many races per day. And you've got more chance of dropping down than you do of going up. The more you do, it's like gambling, really, isn't it? Because not every race is going to be the same. Accidents will happen in a race, so you're probably going to get caught up in something that isn't directly linked to you. I remember slowing down a long straight so P3 could pass. I was a back marker, and they refused to drive around me and rammed you instead. Okay, strange. Thing is, I wonder how many people will retire with back and midfield drivers. I mean, there still is a portion of people, and I think a few. It's not a controversial opinion that I have. That I firmly believe that every online game will have its version of a wrecker, a griefer. Every single game will have it. You know, they will find the game for cheap on a key site or through other means, and their purpose is to ruin other people's fun. It will happen. All you can do is have a reporting system to get rid of these people. But I think they will always be a recurrent problem. The top 5 pretty much know much like it do, since they're all elite drivers. Drive almost the same. I think, there are people that will qualify at the front and just keep out of trouble. Good for them. But people like me that are really a midfield driver, let's be honest, even maybe popping up the back row sometimes, I'm not the fastest. I may be better in the races and stuff. But there's a lot of people coming to these games that are their own worst enemy with the approachability, so anyone can join in. All you have to do is sign up, click a few boxes, and you can jump in one of the races straight away. You don't need to know about racecraft, you don't need to know about race rules, you don't need to know about etiquette, you don't need to know about all of that. You just need to say, oh, I'm gonna go out on track and I'm gonna race like a complete loon. They don't have the background of all of these unwritten rules. I suppose they're unwritten for a reason, because no one wants to write them down. I don't know. They don't care about rule books. They just want to be first by any means necessary. So there's going to be people that can be fast, but they can generally be erratic. But then there's the other people that have come from maybe other games that have been a bit more forgiving, that don't have, let's say they aren't based in reality of racing rules. They don't have a rule book as such. And all of the people in front of them are obstacles that they need to get through. And I mean sometimes literally. So they're not concerned whether they have contact or they push someone off, or as long as they get to the front they're fine, because it means that they can go, oh look, I won this race. Doesn't matter that he wrecked everybody. But there are the, no one has to go through an onboarding process where they have to understand that you don't just use someone as a brake. You don't push someone onto the grass. There are rules to this. But there's no way to tell that anybody that joins these services is going to abide by the same rules, and unless you have maybe a robust reporting system to minimise them. You're never going to get rid of them. And as long as the official competitions and stuff don't get infected with people that kind of are not taking it at least a little bit serious, You pay attention to send him up, you do basically anything where a top 5 would send it. I mean, real racing sometimes is a curse to sim racing, because they'll see a real driver do it and they're like, well, why can't I do it? All the dive bombs and what have you. But so I'm trying to read chat whilst I'm riding along in a Group C car. It's not easy, even with all these straights. Been racing on iRacing Rookies and so on. I mean, iRacing Rookies was normally just accident avoidance practice, really. Because I think, didn't iRacing Rookies you could basically get the free version of iRacing, I think, and you only had access to the lower classes, so it would be a free for all. More like group can't see the chat. Ha 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 ha. Very good. I'm having to look down at the chat. It's not easy. Yeah, I hate iRacing grinding method. I don't need to see proof I can drive. I mean, I don't like it, the grinding part of it. I don't like the leveling. I prefer, and I think I've kind of maybe gone back and forth from AI racing and online racing. I prefer the stability of league racing. And I know people sniff at league racing and go, oh, but I just want to pick a race right this minute when I am ready to race. But I don't really enjoy racing with random people. I kind of prefer racing with people that you get to know. Shock horror, you might actually get to race friends or make some friends. You know, you might practice in the week for a race that's coming up, and you have something to fight for. Points in a championship, maybe. I find that more exciting rather than turn up to a race with Joe Blogs from wherever. You don't know what he's like, where he's from, how serious he's taking it. And I mean, you know, league racing, you can kind of guarantee that people are there to do the same thing. They're there to race and have fun. You can never really guarantee that with pickup racing, which is obviously what all of these rating systems technically are. They're random. They do have ratings behind them, which you didn't have in the past. You could just join random servers and create chaos, of course. But it's a very a kind of a me system. What am I getting out of it? What's my rating? How can I make my level go up? How can I increase XP? It's the instant gratification system, I suppose. I need that endorphin boost of seeing my rating go up, and when it goes down, I'm depressed. That's why sometimes I think people look at their rating, and there was someone that a few days ago that was so annoyed when their rating went down, minus 0.6%. Minus 0.6%. And that was the worst. And I'm just like, that's sometimes the problem when you focus on numbers, ratings. You kind of forget the fun aspect of it. I always tend to, when someone is talking about their rating or they're saying how much they've lost, the first things I kind of go to is say, well, maybe you'll earn it back in the next one. There's always another race. There's always another go. It's not the end of the world. Did you have fun? Because that's what you're supposed to be doing, no? Did you have fun when you were racing? Because that's what I do when I sim race. I like to have fun. Yeah, I mean, I've got like personal goals of stuff. I don't like to be a backmarker too much. I've got no choice in some respects. But as long as I can have some kind of race with someone of a similar level than me, then I'm not really too bothered. Because it's all about the racing for me. Using racecraft. Thinking tactically how you're going to beat someone. I mean, in some of the league races I've done, I've been quite shocked that I've been at the front of the field for a few of the series we've done. And I've kind of felt out my depth because I'm not usually a front runner fighting for a championship or whatever. But it was kind of presenting that, of course, kind of saying, oh, I'm leading the championship and I need this amount of points to clinch this championship and what have you. So that's been kind of interesting, but it's not the be all and end of it. As long as there was someone else to race, if it was for 5th place, I wouldn't really care. It would still be a good battle, I'm sure. And that's why sometimes when there are races, and league racing is really, it might just be our league that we're in, or the series that I take part in, the league I take part in rather, they have problems with retention. Not medically. They have problems with member retention. So even the series that we do is 6 races. They have problems with people taking part in rounds 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Because there is that new series feeling of, oh, this is a new series, I want to take part in this, so I sign up. Take part in round 1. I don't really like this, I won't take part in the rest. Which kind of poo-poos it for everybody else, because they're looking to race these 30 or 40 drivers that signed up for round 1, and they're left with 5 for round 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So number retention is a problem. I mean, there hasn't really been many series that I have quit because I wasn't enjoying it. I tend to see things through to the end, even if I'm struggling, but I don't tend to kind of say, do you know what, I'm going to give up straight away. That's just not in my not in the way I do things. I've been in a race full series in 1982. Got 20 people on average. That's good. That's good numbers. That's very good numbers. And it's mentally high for those cars since grid's 26. Car is very hard to drive, so most people don't drive it. I mean, that is another thing that a lot of people go with the path of least resistance. So again, they're full of beans when they sign up for an event or a series, thinking that this is going to be to be great, but they end up just not committing to all of it because of difficulty. So they go with I mean, even it seemed a bit strange that we had problems retaining numbers for the GT, the WEC series that we just did. We started off with what I think was about 35 drivers, I think, or 39. We started off with a big amount of people, and it was half and half with hypercars and GT3s. And you would think that would have attracted lots of people. But as the rounds went on, the numbers just kept dropping. There was obviously reasons why some of the GTs kept dropping because of the way the hypercars were treating them. 2 drivers dropped out specifically because the hypercars had been treating them badly. And I know for a fact there was a couple of drivers that didn't take part after a certain round that I specifically put in reports on them because just the way that they were lapping GTs and just being overall quite dangerous to be around. So they maybe got reprimanded and then never came back. But unless you do that, it generates 80% of downforce from the ground effect. So the grip catches people by surprise. It's a different way of driving as well, isn't it? It's a committed way of driving. It's either all or nothing. You go in there hoping that the car will stick, and you have to kind of rewire your brain. I mean, it's exactly like what I had to kind of rewire my brain when I started training doing speedway. And the first thing they tell you is come into a corner and open the throttle, and you're like, I beg your pardon? You have to rewire your brain because it's not what you think you need to do, you know. Exactly the same for a commitment car, like a ground effect era car. I mean, people had to be mad to drive those cars back then. They really had. I mean, that's probably why some of the drivers or from the older maybe generations don't like the ground effect cars in the modern iterations of F1 as well, because they just take a kind of a different style of driving that they're not really that used to. The all or nothing, it's either on or off, you know. I mean, you wouldn't, would you? The curb thing. There's a lot of things in the commentary when I'm watching these 80s races, because I'm going through watching the. I'm currently on 1986 at the moment, so I've watched from the 60s and 70s, and I'm now up to 1986. They would often talk in the ground effect era, which stopped in, what was it, 82, 83? Can't remember. And then they brought it back. No? When did it stop? I think it was 83? Did it stop in 82? But there was that big thing about cars would never run over curbs. They would... You couldn't kind of run over a curb with the middle of your car, because that would destroy the car, because the skirt was the most important part of that car. Same with the modern F1. You know, you'll see cars retire quite often if they've done this. If they've run over a curb like this, then the whole underside of the car is ripped to pieces, and that destroys the whole ethos behind what the car is supposed to do. I mean, back then, the tracks that we've got for the 80s would have quite high curbs, and you would have seen cars back then avoiding them like the plague and hoping to stay on the grey stuff. But nowadays, it's like over any curb that they can find, but the curbs are a lot different than they were back then. They're not cliffs. They're a little more lenient. They're starting to force feed car under there. More air and fuel into the F1 engine until they blew up. Yeah, I mean, they were really pushing it. In the latter stages of the 1985 season that I watched, there was one race where only 6 people finished. And I mean, what they were doing with engines in the turbo era, they were just pushing the absolute boundaries of what the current machining of engines could handle. You know? Pumping as much air and fuel into... Because the most common problem would be that the turbos would just pop. Turbo fire, you know, it'd be spectacular. All of the engine blow-ups, they don't go in by half, you know. If a car's going to go, it goes. I mean, you had that famous video in '85 of Michele Alboreto coming down the Brands Hatch pits, his car on fire, and he's half out the car thinking of, right, where am I going to park this thing? So they didn't just you know, wimp out. They went in a ball of flame, you know. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the aero packages back then as well looked nicer and simpler. That's what I loved about that era. I think the 70s and 80s is the best. They're the best looking cars. The 90s is when they started to just look all the same, and I mean, there still are lookers out of that lot, but I still reckon the car switched to external combustion. You're exactly right. I mean, it was spectacular the way that the turbos went, you know. And then you had one of the races in South Africa, where I think one of the turbos went and it was spilling oil all over the track. And then people went into turn 1 and instantly did pirouettes because of all the dropped oil and stuff. You know, nowadays we'd have safety cars and and God knows race stoppages and shit like that. Not in those days. Oh, there's oil dropped on the track. Oh, there's people going off. Carry on. It was people were just a different breed. I mean, I don't think there was. I can't think of any time there was actually a race stoppage, apart from if the weather got atrociously bad. But it was like, you know, you could just see accidents waiting to happen about like vehicles on circuit and marshals in the, you know, running out on track to retrieve cars and God knows what. It's just, it makes you kind of wince now. You're just like, God damn it, man. How did we survive that era? Well, a lot of people didn't, but I'm surprised it took till the early 90s for things to really get knuckled down a little. But it's very surprising that people just felt like they were immortal, I think. I know some old tracks have the huge chicanes at their pit lane. It's just due to the lack of pit speed limit. I'm trying to think of one that would have had that. I know Brands did at a later date. It has a chicane at the entry. But it always used to fill me with fear just watching some of the early 70s and particularly 80s stuff when there was so many personnel in the pits, including just random people, and cars are barreling down that pit lane at 150 miles an hour, and you're just like, do people have no preservation whatsoever? It was particularly like, what was it, a race in Spielberg. Well, it's not called Spielberg, is it? It's bloody, was it called Spielberg? No, it wasn't called Spielberg back then. Österreichring. Such a tight pit lane, but the amount of people that was packed into it, you're just like, this is an accident waiting to happen. They had like, just, I don't know who they were and why they were there. But it just seemed like, well, why are you there? What are you doing? What's your purpose? Just a random dude just standing around with his shirt off in the pit lane. How is he allowed to be there? You know. Right, is that same class, multi-class, same class, identical? Same class. Yeah, that'll do. Let's go to Spielberg Historic 1974. But yeah, it's an eye-opener watching all of these older races. How we ever got away with what we had in the 70s and 80s, I really do not know. I mean, how it was only the drivers that got hurt. We were living on borrowed time, I think. Have you driven in 1982s recently? No. I don't think I have. Add some GTE cars to a DTM race. Now, what are these classed? Are these classed as DTMs? Back in the... I don't know what date these cars are for. Did it say 90s? They're all DTMs, I think. But this is early 90s DTM, isn't it? So what we got? We got clear, dry. It's 4 degrees in Austria. I love this track. This track is awesome. I mean, particularly because of the view. Well, the Audi has DTM in it, so I guess so, yeah. Oh, listen to that Mercedes. Don't know what's happening to that livery there, but... Unfortunately, my overlays are over the top of my mirror, so I can't see anything. So this is a bit different, a bit slower. But look at the view! It's so pretty! Oh, we're running out of revs. Right, I've got to get my head around how slow these cars are now. But this is what the weather is at Austria right now. Let's see if we can actually get these tyres warmed up from 4 blocks of ice. Oh, excuse me. I apologise. So did these cars have turbos in them? Downshift burp. It's me burping rather than the engine. I mean, if you look about how little Armco and gravel traps and I can't remember the last time that they raced at Spielberg. I don't think it was within the last couple of years. I'm just trying to think. I can't remember if they raced it in '85. Maybe they did. I'm not entirely sure. But they obviously had the chicane in it. Because you had that, obviously the reason that they put that chicane in, there was that driver that vaulted over the fence. Can't remember what his name is now, or was rather. So I think he actually died from it. Because he vaulted over the fence and went down the hillside. And I think that chicane's actually named after them, I think. But I also there was like a trailer for a documentary, which I don't know where the documentary is going to get put, but the documentary is about a driver called Derek. Is it Derek Daly? No, it's not Derek. Is it Derek Daly? What am I talking about? He drove a Lotus. Ben, help me out here. You know this. Irish driver. It's going to come to me. Whoa! Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. He just pushed me around. Who is it? He had an awful accident at Jerez. Dumfries. That doesn't ring a bell. Who was it? I watched a documentary of him. It was 1987, I think, so he was in a Camel Lotus. Now, why is Derek Daly? It's not Derek Daly. Derek Daly is someone else. I'm sure his surname begins with D. Well, anyway, he had a horrific accident at what I think was Jerez in testing. Practice session, I believe. So it was a Grand Prix weekend. He crashed his Lotus. I think he had a mechanical failure. Crashed his Lotus. Donnelly. Is it Donnelly? This is going to kill me now. Derek Donnelly? No. Martin Donnelly. There we go. That's it. So Martin Donnelly, we got there in the end. Martin Donnelly had a horrific accident. He basically split his car in two. The rear half of the car, at the seat, got ripped away, and he got ejected from the car and thrown onto the track. I think he was still in his seat. But there's pictures of him lying on the track. His legs are not pointing the right way, let's just put it that way. Apparently, and this is obviously still in the late 80s, where medical procedures are technically kind of standardised. They did have some protocol. There you go. Studied some failure during practice. Hit the wall. Estimate 160. And it was a, I don't know, 26G accident, something like that. Something bloody awful. So he's lying on the track. He's apparently unconscious. He's not breathing because he's swallowed his tongue. He was actually not breathing and turning blue for 11 minutes. Or he was choking for 11 minutes. And it took them, because the track staff or whoever were not qualified enough to give proper first aid, he could have died on the track that day. Which I feel is quite egregious. But if it wasn't actually for Sid Watkins, that actually administered some first aid and got him breathing again, Martin Donnelly wouldn't be alive. And weirdly enough, apparently he still drives. That's even after that. Not F1 cars, his career was over in Formula 1, but apparently he's driven other things. Just imagine, he could have died, but you still want to drive a racing car. Racing drivers are just built different. I didn't notice there was a car right inside there. I mean, it's a bit different me not having the crew chief on, where he's barking at me every 5 seconds. He can sometimes be a bit too overzealous. It's sometimes nice just to have a drive without being barked at by your crew chief. But as I say, where series are involved, I don't know. Is he weaving in front of me? Cheeky! Oh, he just saw me then. Whoopsie daisy! Race ban for me. I think I'd actually took him out. I didn't think he was actually going to leave me in the room, and I got scared. He noticed me very late, though, didn't he? As far as series are concerned in the coming year, I'm not sure what I'm doing. I have if I can get dedicated servers working and things, I might want to do a co-op championship with somebody. But I'm just kind of plotting ideas about it at the moment, because I think I really did suffer a little when I did 2 series. Thankfully, it was only a couple of times that I did them on the same weekend. They were all like 2-hour races, and it really did take a lot out of me. So I was thinking of maybe doing like 50% races in something, but just doing something a bit different, you know. And I am kind of warming up to Automobilista 2, particularly with its, you know, weather system and just the choice of tracks and cars and what have you. But I mean, it's not the only game that we can use for it. But I'd like to either do something that matches a real historical series, or maybe something that's maybe nominated by chat vote or something of what things we put in the calendar. Because I kind of enjoyed. I did like a season, a 1979 season. A few years back. Oh, getting a bit violent up front here, look. Where I did 100% races. So I did 100% qualifying and I did 100% in the race. So I did qualifying on Saturday and then I did the race on Sunday. And I used to make I beg your pardon? I used to make news articles and things about what happened in the races, which was all good fun. I'll have to dig those up and put them on a page somewhere. I don't think I've actually listed them on my website yet, but I don't think I'd probably go as far as 100% races now. I think that might be a bit too far. This is aggressiveness on medium, I think. I'm just sitting back and watching this take place. They're tearing shit out of each other. Whilst you two are squabbling on the inside, I'm just going to go around the outside. Is that alright? Jesus. Apparently there is a way to do dedicated servers on Automobilista 2, but I'm not read up on it an awful lot. I did see talk of like you have to edit lots of text files and stuff, and I kind of lost interest because it doesn't really have it has a peer-to-peer system by default. You have to go kind of really searching if you want the dedicated server route, but it takes a bit more setting up, and it seems a bit of an old-fashioned way of doing it, you know, to get content in there and choose your content. And people say that R-Factor 2 is bad on dedicated servers, but Jesus Christ, at least I can do an R-Factor 2 server. But there's so many. We're spoiled, I reckon, nowadays with just the amount of racing games and simulators we got, and they all offer something different. They all have their USPs, so to speak. Oh God, I have seen the setting about mistakes and stuff. I've got it set on standard, and then you can see them having a bit of fun. Oh dear, what's going to go on out here? So, one of the unique selling points of Automobilista 2 is that the historic versions of all of the tracks, they put a lot of effort into having several eras of the same track, which I really appreciate, because I'm one for the historic, if you hadn't have guessed. It's not because I'm old. It's not because I'm old. But it is the weather system, the historic weather system, which I really appreciate. That little attention to detail, and the fact that it does look pretty cool. I mean, I don't know what temperature I'm at the moment, but I've warmed up my tyres sufficiently on this track, and we're about 4 degrees air temperature, I think. So we're 51. I don't know what the good operating temperature of these tyres are, but they seem to be doing okay. And obviously one of the I was going to say unique things, not really unique, but one of the he's up my inside there. Oh dear. One of the other things is that obviously because this game is not really, I was going to say not really built for modding. It does have mods for it, but it's not one of its things. All of the tracks have a consistency in art style, which is a good thing. It has like seasons, so if you set the date of the track to be in December, all of the trees which would not have leaves on them don't have leaves. You have a bit of snow, you know. Pick a date in history and you'll get the weather conditions that you had back then in real time and stuff like that. And I mean, it's not a bad looking game, is it? I'm glad they offer different things. I like my variety in tracks and cars and the visuals. When the sky turns from blue to orange and then to a night sky. I mean, I'm a sucker for time changes as well. I love a good race which has day to night transitions and stuff, and when it's done well, when you can see like the sun dip below the horizon or do the opposite, come from, and you got like the sun rays, and then you can see the track, you know, suddenly getting warm, and it just got a very dirty windscreen. I wonder if it can be cleaned if I do that. Not really. Doesn't look any cleaner. Looks very mucky. So that's what I would see that the selling point of this is. I mean, I've had a kind of a love-hate relationship with the force feedback. I've always felt like there's something missing with it, but I can't tell what. But it's sufficient enough now that I feel like it's not getting in the way of me enjoying it. It's still lacking something, but I don't know what that something is. And then again, this is probably is this the only game that has puddle physics as well, or aquaplaning physics? I think, which from a gameplay perspective, I'm still kind of a little bit undecided about, because you can still set the track to be absolutely waterlogged, where no sane race director would let people compete on a racetrack in that condition. And you can have cars aquaplaning all over the place. But from a gameplay perspective, I mean, it's like having random failures that are RNG, that are up to just the computer gods whether your engine goes bang or not. From a gameplay perspective, that's not really that fun. If it's not something you can have an effect over, and it's just a case of they roll a dice, and if it's below a certain value, right, your engine just explodes. Which I sometimes feel like random failures are like that. I don't want my race ruined by something that I didn't have any control over. You can make Caterhams race against trucks on a go-kart track. Oh, Jesus. Can you imagine? I keep trying it. Maybe we'll try the trucks. Because I haven't tried them for quite some time. I keep having a go, but I just can't get my head around them. They are just nuts. But we'll have a go at, because I think I tried. What track did we try them at? Ibarra, I think. That track in Ecuador. I'll tell you one sim racing memory, right? And Ben will know this if Ben's still in chat. We did a series. We did some series which was in the Formula Trainer, I think, and then we moved to Formula 3 cars, I believe. We did a race at Ibarra. I can't remember how we set up the weather, whether it was we just picked a date and it was going to go from there. But I remember being at Ibarra, and I think we started out in dry weather, and I can distinctly remember Ibarra because it's got like the mountains surrounding it, and I can remember them seeing the. I don't know if this was like me just reading too much into it. I'm sure that I could see the mist coming over the mountain. What would have been like here come the rain clouds over the mountain, and then suddenly the heavens just completely opened and made the track into what can only be described as a swimming pool. But I found that to be really fascinating. But I don't know whether I was just reading too much into it. But that was, yeah, I remember that quite vividly. So, what category is it under? What category is the trucks under? Where are we? Super V8, supercars, street cars, stock cars. It's not a parlours. Are they just called trucks? They are in this game, right? There we go. Is it those? Yeah. They are just insane. So what have we got? So you got an Iveco, you got a MAN, got a Mercedes, whatever that is. I think that's a fake one, isn't it? And then you got a Volkswagen. I think I'm going to go with Mercedes. Oh. Favourite racing memory was in Project Cars 2 VR on Classic Le Mans. I picked the 908 Spider and just figured out it had no headlights as the night started to fall. Plenty of pitchback sections of the track. Yeah, I'd imagine that was not great. Right, trucks. Oh, Jesus. Watkins Glen? Watkins Glen. Let's do Watkins Glen with the inner loop. Oh, this is gonna be stupid, isn't it? But there's plenty of those moments, you know, the races which kind of are kind of embedded in your brain. You know, and they weren't real. They were virtual, but they're still very, very real. Lucky me, everyone else picked a 917K, or the long tail version. I got damaged due to car speed and instability, hence why I picked the 908, due to its stability. Oh, I mean, if anyone gets the license to be able to put even the Porsche 917K into a game officially licensed, that would be insane. It's a terrifying car. Ah. I've been tagged on Discord again, but I can't read it. I'm busy. Right. What does it say? Overcast, wet. Oh, Jesus. Oh. All right. Oh, I'm embedded in my shoulders. That's not a good start. Let's come up a bit. There we go. Oh, jeez. That's a bit too high. There we go. Oh, dear. Why am I doing this? Shall I do a race of these? Oh, God. I mean, maybe that's the series I should do. I should do truck racing. I'm not necklace, am I? Oh yeah, I haven't got a neck. I haven't got a neck. Oh, it hasn't got a first gear. Is it supposed to not have a first gear? This feels weird. We are spinning up in third gear. This feels alien. This feels really alien. How many gears do we have? Do we have 5? Yeah, we have 5. On a wet track. In a, what, an 800 horsepower truck? I think I might want to do a race with these just to see what it's like, just for shits and giggles. Yeah, baby. They only use first gear when they're loaded with a trailer. Okay. But these aren't real trucks, these are racing trucks with horrendous amounts of understeer. Oh yeah, I've still got 4 blocks of ice for tyres. I forgot. Ooh, it's a bit wet in the loop. That's not the loop, is it? What corner's this one? Look at the wet line. Like someone's just dumped water specifically on the racing line. Big Bend? Is it Big Bend? Is that what it is? Oh shit! I can see. Whoa! Again, people that drive these things, I've seen many an accident where, I mean, they say that the circuits are built for these trucks, but I'm not so sure. They will just plough through Imco, and I'm ploughing on that corner. This is very interesting. I've got my tyres up to 20 degrees. Again, I mean, I did see someone else doing 100% racing in this game, and there's one thing it does have. I tried to change up to 7th gear. One thing this game does have is dirty cars. Horrendous understeer. So after a long race, your truck can look disgusting. But I'm seeing obviously that this game, oh dear, truck behind me hit a curve there. It supports particle systems out the exhausts, because you see the fumes coming out of the truck in front of me. No, just ploughing on. That was good. Not many games actually like to simulate the fact that motorsport is dirty. It's oily, it's smoky. Everything has to be really clean and shiny, and I'm of the other opinion. Things need to be oily, smoky. Because look at the fumes coming out of these. I can't imagine what it's going to be like at the start. Maybe I should have picked a rolling start. I bet it's probably going to be dry for the race as well. God, can you imagine if these things had trailers on while you were racing? Oh, that was too quick. That was too quick. You really got to rewire your brain. You can't use the same kind of tactics you would do with a car. You've got to... I am steering it a lot with the rear. With these big trucks, most curves are a suggestion anyway. You're exactly right. Yeah, maybe I should have turned in a bit earlier. Track limits? What track limits? I think I can probably stay in fourth for that final corner. Well, where am I? 16th. Is that last? I think that's last. Oh. I am way off the pace, but I can't remember what I had the race set to. I'm the only Brit out of all these Brazilians. Right, let's see. Rain, wet. 10-minute race. Oh god, it's even bloody worse. We're not running crew chief either. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Coming through. What a start. Oh, we're not slowing down. Sorry, sorry. I feel so tall in this thing. Oh, look at the fumes. Cool, if this was real life. Bit unhealthy. This corner is just a suggestion. Defending. Alright, we're gonna maybe try and turn in a bit earlier for this turn now. I mean, this is awesome. It's a completely different method of racing. I think there was a truck racing game a little while back, but I really can't remember with what audience it was going for. But I mean, it obviously has its popularity in it has its popularity in Brazil. I don't know how I held on to that. I always thought it was a German thing. I mean, even the Brazilian series, if we're going to go by what's in this game, it's all American. It's all German makes. Volkswagen, Mercedes. Well, actually, I don't know specifically. I don't know what a MAN truck and an Iveco are. I assume they're probably European in some form or another. I don't think they're British or American. They're having a right fight up front, but I can't get involved. Because I keep doing that. Heading to the scene of the accident. He gives no two shits about me. I mean, I'm turning so much. Oh, I saw him just get really big in my mirrors then. I was waiting for the bang. I was waiting for the bang. Oh, no. On the loud pedal too much. Not turning, not turning, not turning. Gotta start turning 3 turns prior. Yeah. I mean, I thought I was going to run into him then, but obviously the front of the thing is quite flat, so... This truck turns in exactly when it means to. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, I think I must be... Yeah, I'm caught on him. There we go. It's like you really have to think about when you want to... You got to turn in earlier than you think, it seems. And more than you think. Having a right old ding dong up here. But I don't know, obviously from the steering position in this truck, it's more of a racing position. You know, in a real truck, the wheel would be kind of a bit flatter, like it is in a coach kind of thing. Tearing 2 shades of shit out of each other in front. I would love to get involved, but turn 1 seems to be an issue. Whoa! Sorry! I don't think I've got turn 1 right at all so far. Curses! Curses! Because I think they had these trucks for the original Automobilista as well. I couldn't get a handle on those at all. Although I think even in the earlier days of this game, I still couldn't get a handle on these trucks. For some reason they just didn't handle like I thought they would. But you have to rewire your brain a little. Because I'm turning, it's not turning. And then he basically steering it on the throttle all the way out of the corner. I suppose this would be better in the dry. What was the famous Steve Parrish was on a motorcycle. Unless he was named the same, I don't know. We watched it on real TV as opposed to fake television. I mean, I remember the only things I know about... Well, actually, I don't know anything about truck racing at all. I know that there was like a British... I don't know if he was like a champion or whatever, but I remember Guy Martin setting some world records with this guy in a truck. He was going for the record, the world's fastest bicycle, I think, and they basically made a wind blocker behind a truck in order for this, well, to pedal this bicycle up to a certain speed. So if you could kind of pedal inside this, what was a wind vacuum, I suppose, behind this truck. So he is named the same. But there's another Steve Parrish, which is a motorcycle champion. British motorcycle rider. Or is that the person that you've actually put in chat? It is. Oh, you mean he commentated on it? I thought you meant he was actually driving one of these things. Unless you mean that as well. But he recently retired from motorsport in general, because he was still doing historic racing and stuff. Oh, there was someone still there. Whoops-a-daisy. He used to do the historic motorcycle racing, and I think he's retired from it all now. Bit of a legend. I didn't know he raced trucks. It's a bit of a kind of like an about turn. Be on really powerful motorcycles, then just gonna jump in a truck, as you do. They used to do a lot of commentary. But I don't remember his motorcycle days because I would have been too young. Because I think he raced with people like Wayne Rainey and stuff way back. Something I'd recommend if you want to watch it is a documentary called Rainey, I think it is. Is it Wayne Rainey? Is he the Australian? It's quite an that was it. It's quite an interesting documentary. Because I didn't know anything about. No, hang on a minute. It's not Wayne Rainey, is it? Which one am I thinking of? No, it's Wayne Gardner. No, I'm thinking of Wayne Gardner. That's what it was. Because he was the Yamaha rider. Very interesting documentary. I think it's just called Wayne, I think. Because Wayne Gardner is the one that was always on the Rothmans Hay Yamaha. Wayne Rainey's the one that got paralysed. and only recently was able to ride a bike again. Quite miraculously, he's paralysed from the waist down, but he was able to, with a little help, ride his Marlboro Yamaha, I think, at Goodwood, with the likes of Kenny Roberts, Kevin Schwantz and such. But the documentary because obviously I wasn't really... All of the motorcycle racing would have been on Sky and satellite TV. I never had that when I was younger, so I couldn't have seen all of the races. So Wayne Gardner had a big rivalry with Eddie Lawson way back in the day. They didn't like each other very much at all. And I think Wayne Gardner, had a he started off had an accident early on in his career. Oh yeah, Randy Momola was one who battled against as well. He had an accident earlier on in his career where, and I think someone way back that I used to hang around with, we're talking about when I was a teenager, they were involved in motorcycle racing because they used to were like the mechanics or whatever of someone that did the equivalent of, I don't know if it was they were involved in the Grand Prix racing or the one below it, but they loved watching all that stuff, and they said there was a time on the track when someone came off their bike and someone else rode over them or something. And watching this documentary, I think it was actually Wayne Gardner that got caught up in it. Someone came off, and I think they couldn't avoid them, and they ended up riding over them because they fell right in front of them. I think he'd actually fallen off and his helmet came off, because obviously straps weren't good in those days or something. And it was quite a bad time, because obviously he got blamed for it. Obviously in the press, because they didn't know shit. So not great, but the documentary kind of follows him going through the early years and stuff. That's kind of cool. Enjoyed that. But back in the 80s, I watched sport called grass track, so motorcycle, what was technically like speedway, but kind of the amateur version of it. I was kind of involved in that. So I only got interested in cars in the early 90s. So yeah, I still love my 1970s stuff. Do like the 1970s. But you'd have Des Lynam on grandstand. Des Lynam introducing all the sport. Now, way back, I don't know if... obviously, this might not make sense to a lot of people that are outside the UK. I was just about to mention that, Ben. Just about to mention that. So outside the UK, people might not have heard of it. Actually, what I might do, I might see if I can find one on YouTube. There was a TV series called Kickstart. Now I won't be able to show the sound of this because I haven't got that hooked up. But Kickstart was basically like junior, what's called trials. So motorcycle trials riding. And they did a TV series, which was following like younger riders of doing motorcycle trials. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'll see if I can move this over to the other. So this is the intro to what Kickstart was. I don't actually have any sound on it. Oh. So, and this is what it was. Junior riders. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, nearly. Not quite. So all of these riders are probably still riding now. I'm just trying to think of riders that would be famous. Dougie Lamkin might be someone that might ring a bell for somebody. Let's have a look. See if I can find another clip of it, perhaps. I did. There was like it said the funniest clip. It says the funniest clip from this TV show. I don't know whether. I think it was probably on some clip shows where I'm just trying to think. Back in the 80s and 90s, like funny clip shows were a thing. Oh no, that's on the wrong screen. It's just a pity that we don't have sound with it, but and there's someone video off their TV. Look, and these were kids, right? But so that kid obviously came off and he got hit in the nuts, and he got the ambulance bloke just rolling down the hill. He's like, "Oh no, me nuts!" This poor kid. He's probably thinking, "Oh no!" And what are the doctors doing exactly? And that ended his lineage exactly right. Let's see if we've actually got a. Oh god. Well, it does say junior Kickstart. I mean, it was all junior Kickstart. I don't think. Maybe it was like there was some versions that were adults. Oh, that's wrong screen again. I mean, look at this old logo. No, we've seen this bit. I want to see the action. That's Peter Purvis. What date is that? It's 1989. Got all these Cockney people. It's a pity you can't hear the accents because then this. Some Northerners in there. Norwich Union, whoever that is. I mean, wasn't Peter Purvis a Blue Peter presenter? I think. I mean, I remember this vividly. I mean, I even remember watching this. That particular waterfall part, I remember. But it takes a certain type of skill to be able to do this stuff. My dad used to do sidecar trials. But this takes a lot of bike control, clutch control. Way underneath there. Because you got like the stadium version of this, which is all very flashy and all very commercial, but you still have the trials riding, which is kind of, you know, out in the sticks somewhere. Kind of out in the countryside. Let's see if we can see the start of the course. Was that Dougie Lampkin there? I mean, you have to do the entire course without putting your... There he is! There's Dougie Lampkin! Now, if you know who Dougie Lampkin is, I'll show you a video in a minute. Dougie Lampkin is quite famous trials rider. I mean, what's it going to be? 13? See if I can find. I'll show you a video of So this is him as 13. Right, a distinct difference between this and this. This is Dougie Lampkin now. Well, 2 or 3 years ago. This is Goodwood House. So Goodwood House is where they do the Festival of Speed. Apparently he's not allowed to do this anymore. I mean, this was obviously... He was allowed. But for health and safety reasons, they did it once and that was it. Because it's not just this, something else happens in a minute. Exactly where the hill climb is. So this is the house that you see in front of the hill climb. So it gets worse or better depending on on how you see it. Look at the carpets. I mean, he's been given a lot of trust. A lot of trust. This is the bit they probably were kind of like, ooh, maybe we shouldn't allow him to do this. Absolute nuts. Yeah, 2008. Oh, dearie me. I mean, again, Trials Rider is a completely different breed. Absolutely, completely different breed. Such good bike control and clutch control and stuff like that. What was the message someone gave me? That's strange. Someone saying they can't play Le Mans Ultimate because they can't break out of the mouse pointer, can't get away from the screen, but I've been able to do it for some reason. Promoting drinking and driving as TV is irresponsible. Yeah, that was the bit that they banned. That was it. It wasn't the driving around the house and on the roof. It was the glass of champagne on the top of the house. I don't know. Oh, anyway. Right, I think I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to have to try and figure out what I want to do next year with my seasons and stuff. So I am possibly going to do some, I was going to say offline. They're not technically offline seasons. They're online seasons. But if I can get a dedicated server working and pick the right sim that I want to work with, whether it's Automobilista 2 or R-Factor 2 or what. I don't know what at the moment. So yeah, maybe we'll do some brainstorming tomorrow sometime. I have set my my next stream to be tomorrow about 7 o'clock ish. Got no particular work on, thankfully. So my next stream command works. Look at that, 19 hours and 34 minutes. Hooray! But looking at the dates, we're coming up to New Year's, and I normally do a stream at New Year's, which will be Tuesday evening. But I don't quite know what I want to do. I usually kind of drive into the night. For New Year's, I normally drive a Le Mans session into the night. I try and sync it up with the clock, so that it's midnight in the game and on the and I mean I could try doing it with Automobilista this time instead. They did say they had fireworks, but that's only at the end of the race, isn't it? So I wonder whether I can time a race to have fireworks right at the end. Yeah, probably not. But it's only certain tracks as well. I think it's maybe only Daytona and Sebring that have it. Maybe that might be a good idea. Maybe start a race session at about 11 o'clock and do an hour's race, something like that. Don't know. I'm not sure what I want to do yet. If anyone has any ideas, feel free to give me some suggestions. I think I remember there being like a channel points redemption thing where you can give me suggestions. Yeah, so you can make a reward suggestion if you like. What else? Exactly. I always wonder whether these are actually still working or not, but Still want to add some more, but I always forget to note them down once I have the idea. But anyway, I'm going to go off and drink the rest of my iron brew. It's been sitting here and going flat for the last couple of hours since I've been streaming, because I've had my headset on. It's very difficult to drink whilst you've got a headset on. I should really invest in a straw, shouldn't I? Maybe I should do that. Have a straw. But yeah, it's been a cool stream. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I should see you either... I may decide to come on a bit earlier than normal, which is normally at about 2 p.m. UK time. But I have set my stream to go live at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. And we'll do some more sim racing nonsense. Maybe I'll set up a server if I can remember how to do it. And... see if we can do some funky races or something. Thank you for the follows. Be sure to check my website. Send me any suggestions as well, if there's something specific you want to see or do. It'd be fun. But sim racing related, I'm down. So have a good evening, everybody, and I'll see you later.